Good morning and welcome to MightyOxTrading. Happy Friday. Hope everyone's had a great night, ready for a great day. Market seems to be falling yet again. Let's look at it. Yes, we hit our high in Asia, 57.23. Low, 56.84, so about 47 points in range. NQ 932 down to 759, 180-ish points in range. Kappa continued its run, but then dropped hard. About 200 ticks in range. Big range on copper. Ultra Bond loving the chaos. About a point in range there. Gold. Gold. There's gold in them dollar charts. Looks like 27, 15, about 28 points in range there. Crude oil. Oops. Crude oil dropping. I think just about a point in range there. Natural gas is kind of wonky. Big fall there. And Bitcoin's sitting right around 84,000. So that's where we sit standing, whatever body posture you're choosing to take. Let's get logged in here because decide to log me out. And we're ready to rock and rumble. I missed the decent signal right there at the top of the hour. But there'll be more today, I bet. Sometime this morning, Matt from Teresa's Trading is supposed to be joining us. Taking the long right away off the 3-minute candle. We're not going to put the stop behind the 3-minute candle. We're going to kind of put it there. And we're going to get out quick if this seems like it's not going to go for me. You can see it's kind of hemming and hawing there. There it goes. Just get out there for a quick couple points. It might still go. I'm not real confident in it. It probably is going to still go. I probably got out too early, but we'll take a win to start the morning. 83 bucks. And pulls back. I was right to get out there. How about that? Now we're hanging around 19,813. Kind of sitting here. Where's everybody this morning? Everyone decided to sleep in on this Friday morning. It's kind of just spitting sideways right now. I don't know where it's going. I only know where it's been. Pop up with the blue. I just don't know. Choppy. I don't like this. I don't like it at all. Sideways. Trying to rise up here again. Watching the 3-minute candle. There it goes. Now we're red on the 30-second. Pulls back just a tad. 30 seconds says, maybe we want to come down some. 3 minutes says, I think we're going up. But we are touching the band on the 3 minute as well. It's interesting. That's a nice little drop. Oh, yeah. Take it off there. That was 6 points, 6.25 points on 2 contracts, so equivalent of 12 and a half. Could still drop it. Did get down to that non EMA, 9 EMA on the I'm sorry, 9 EMA on the 3 minute, almost a 3 EMA on the 9 minute, and so that could be an area that obviously bounces from. So I took it off there. That did continue the drop there, you see. Could have been a 10-point trade, but that's okay. Or 20, maybe almost 20 points, I guess. Where is everybody this morning? I'm live, right? Oh, we're unlisted. That's what I forgot to do. That would explain it. Swear I did that yesterday, but I guess I didn't. At least now I know when he's here. Yeah, looking for our next entry. Quick push down. Took the short. Hits the band. Bounces a bit. Yeah. Hits the band again. Bounces a bit. Yeah, got out. Break even trade. I'll take it. Good morning, Chris. Yes. 3 trades, 2 wins, 1 break even. Morning, MR. So I couldn't understand why no one was here, and I was talking to myself and realized I forgot to change the stream from unlisted to public. All right, David. Yeah. See, I set the streams up like at the beginning of the week, all 5 days, and each day I'm supposed to just remember the day before to, you know, change it from unlisted. So there's not like five, you're paging through YouTube, you're not going to see like all 5 of the streams for the week. They're sitting there as upcoming streams. And yeah, I just forgot. Yep, I'm here now. Good news is I've hired somebody to start handling setting up the streams and doing this type of stuff for me. So I at least have someone else to blame if like it's not done right. John, did you see where I'm? The fantasy baseball draft will I be setting it to ready to draft on Sunday. Matt from Terrestrial Trading will be joining us in about 55 minutes. 9:20 Eastern, right before the bell. A little bounce there. Nice, MR. Good job. Yeah. Sideways here, just below 19,800. Taking that long there, trying to break through that 9. I don't know why I took that. I looked at it as soon as I hit the button. I'm like, I shouldn't have done that. There we go. Maybe I look brilliant now. Nope, not brilliant. Out. Break even. Second break even of the day. It was good I got back out of that trade because you could see we flopped down. So we're getting near the lows of the overnight so far. With 759, we're at 779, so 20 points away. Those of you that might be math challenged. How's everyone's week been? It's been a good week, bad week, so week. This week's been kind of ugh for me after those 2 good weeks I had. I don't know. I'll have to look at that this weekend and try and figure out what the heck I was doing wrong this week. Ouch, that hurts, MR. Took the long there, popped up 8 points, and then got beaten back down by that darn 9 EMA. Oh, stopped me out. That sucked. Wait, what happened? Why is it still showing me in an open trade? What the heck? Oh crap. That's why it's still showing me in an open trade. Well, this account's screwed. Well, I'm gonna hope it bounces here because I put the wrong order on. Instead of putting a stop, I doubled down. Nope, I'm out. I'm done. So I actually with 4 contracts down 1,700. I have a second apex of eval. I'm just gonna let this one blow. If it blows, we'll see if it comes back otherwise. Nah, it's okay. It's an apex eval. It's not that big of a deal. Just the only thing is it's a waste of time. You know, I wasted yesterday and today. But let's see. Not sure how I did that. That said, I got to stop taking these blue candles that are right up against the 9. I tell myself that. Both of these, this one I got out break even, and this one, caused me trouble. The fact that this hasn't blown yet, I don't understand. I should have already been past the trailing drawdown. There we go. Now it's blown. So, joop, joop. Fresh start. There we go. That easy. And I'll just let that one renew. That was a nice burst down. If I could get in on that purple, that would have been a nice win. How you doing today, Platt? So anyway, yeah, no big deal. It's not like it was a funded account or anything. So it's just a matter of it being a waste of the last 2 days of that was it. Good thing is I wasn't copy trading it or anything. Okay. And I would try and grab the bounce on the new account. Target on that 9 EMA. Not looking good right now, though. I got in late by like 3 points. How did I do that? 2 points. Yep, it's going to stop me. So starting off bad on the new account. Two, I think, plat. Maybe three. I've never gone crazy with it. New low a day, by the way. I don't know if we got some sort of news. I forgot to check news this morning. I'm totally off kilter. Oh, we have a Fed speaker, but he hasn't said anything in 10 minutes. We have a Fed speaker also at the top of the hour. Hey, Crypticon, how you doing? So down almost 50 points on this 3-minute candle. I don't know. It wasn't. I mean, nothing's red popping on financial juice. I don't know what exactly caused that little mini crash. I just know I keep getting in at the wrong time, it seems like. Excuse me 1 second. Rising up. Nope. Bop back down. Rising back up. Bops back down again. I'm going to get stopped again. Yep. Nice. Good job, Crypticon. Hey, Raymond. How you doing? And we're still falling. If first you don't succeed, go long, long again. I gotta stop this uh, counter trend trading. It keeps getting me in trouble. Wow, it's unusual to get positive slippage like that, Crypt. Now we're getting a rise up. Target hit. There we go. Now we got a win. 10 points. Crypt. Not supposed to be talking about my hose or my tricks. We're long again. Just can't wait to get long again. Life I love is trading with my friends. Ouch. Did I really get in that lead? Only 2 points. Uh, all right. Get your kid off to school. I'm on break up. You know that breaking up is hard to do. Breaking up is hard to do. When they send that bill to you. Stuck here. Doesn't look like it wants to go. I probably should get out. Trying to get above 710 and can't. Hey, good morning, Matt. There we go. Yeah, pull it back on me. Get back up there. That's not what I wanted. Get back up there. Well, I should have taken profit, but we'll see. Maybe it'll come back. Nope. Took the stop there. 6 points. Huh. So sideways, 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 little tiny burst, and then right back down. Matt will be coming on to talk about this hot shot new live trader he has. Someone by the name of Ace. He's, we didn't lose him. He's still here before and after he does his thing with Tiresias. I'm probably always saying that wrong. And it looks like we want to come back down. But yeah, Ace is now running Matt's live trade room for about an hour and a half a day. I helped broker that deal. I set that in motion, and I haven't gotten kickbacks from either side. And we're still falling. Broke 700. These are all new lows a day. Long off that blue. Rising up. That's a nice candle. Continue going, please. No upwards momentum right now. I should take my one candle's wins and stop. Second time now I held too long. So as good as I was trading the last 2 weeks before this week, I'm trading horribly this week, and like I said, I got to go back and revisit the whole week and see what the heck I've been doing wrong. Morning, Burrell. How are you? How you doing, Tipped? Yeah, we're falling harshly, and I don't take any of the purple candles because I'm an idiot. That's where I gotta figure out. Couple minutes from the top of the hour. So yesterday I interviewed the CEO of Legends Trading. A lot of good stuff there. Look for that interview to come out on Wednesday. Only reason it's not coming out till Wednesday is we're tying it in with a giveaway, and I have a giveaway running right now for my funded futures. So, coming out Wednesday. Hey, JJR. Yep, Bears have the ball right now. And that reminds me, we are running a giveaway for my funded futures 50K starter plans. We're giving away 2 of them on the Discord. Join the Discord, get in on the giveaway. That winner will be announced on Tuesday. I actually have giveaways lined up for like the next 4 to 5 weeks. One a week. I have my funded futures now. I got Legends next week. I got a Take Profit Trader. I have another My Funded Futures. Legends said he's going to give me 5 to give away every month. So, lots of good stuff. Got to join the Discord. I may do one giveaway that's more a wider base, but I like doing them in Discord because that's the core community. It's not just anyone that happens to come across my Twitter post can enter. But the next My Funded Futures might be a wider thing. I'll have to look at that. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, totally forgot about that. Do you have a link for that bot by chance tipped? That would help me because I end up I forget things. I got so much going on. I did hire somebody to start handling some of my setup work and stuff, my Discord work and my YouTube work. Market's still falling. With me starting Mighty Ox breaks in the next couple of weeks, I wanted to get some stuff off my plate. Actually, I just had a reminder. Remember, today is triple witching, so we may see some wonky price action throughout the day. Triple witching? You guys don't know what triple witching is? Hold on. So, happens once a quarter. It's an event that takes place in the third Friday of March, June, September, December. It's when index futures, index options, and stock option contracts all expire simultaneously. You're welcome. And I didn't mean to make it sound like I was surprised you didn't know. I didn't know. I had never heard of this concept until a little while ago. It used to be called quad witching. There was a fourth thing that used to expire, and it no longer does. So now it's triple witching. But yeah, that happens in the months that contracts roll for indices. So yeah, as Greg just pointed out, hold on, I might be entering a trade here. We'll try it. Ooh, I gotta stop. No, maybe. Um, because Greg reminded me on Twitter, I mean on Discord, $4.7 trillion worth of options expire today. Didn't I just tell myself I needed to take just the one green candle, be happy? Ugh. That was a break-even trade at least. Third one of the day. I usually don't have many break-evens. Mm. So the 6:54, we're about 10 minutes away from Matt from Terrace Trading joining us. There's a quick pop up to the 9. Kind of bounces off the 9. I really just need to take quick profits, it seems like today, and I'm not doing it. I'll get back out. I don't have faith in it. I got a point. Ugh. Another blue. Let's see if it closes above the 9. Looks like it's gonna. Strong candle. We'll back a little. Iffy trade. Terrible entry. How did I get 3 points of slippage? My God. Come on, rise up. Give me 10. I'll take 10. We're running at 64. I'll take 74. Yep, coming back down. Yeah, now there we go. Come on, give me green. Give me some green. And again, it spits right back down. Maybe back up and down. Not my day today, folks. Well, come on. Bounce back up for me. Nope, not my day today. Okay, reminder, guys, if you want to get on that funded futures network, buy one, get one free, 50% off, and no activation fee sale. Ooh, that was a mouthful. That ends, or it's scheduled to end tonight. They do have a history of extending their sales, but right now that's scheduled to end tonight. Nice job on that dollar, JJR. Morning, Amelia. Well, I mean, I think it's interesting. Bolinox price matched Apex is 80. Apex is doing a flash sale 80%. It's always supposed to be today, yesterday, and today. Bolinox price matches everybody, so they price match Apex, but they made their 83% until the end of the month now. And I swear, this month for sale, Propfirm sales has been harder to keep up with than Black Friday. It seems like every other day someone's doing a flash sale or multiple sales in the month. I mean, I'm not complaining, but it's just when you're trying to keep up with 18 of them, it gets a little hard. Nice. You couldn't get that extra 60 cents just to make it 1,000 even there tipped? Morning, Speed Racer. How are you today? Continuing the fall. $15 till the bell. Big old blue candle, but I don't want it. Try to pop back here pure time. So we got down to a low there of 646. We have popped up by about 25 points. The Apex flash sale ends tonight, 80%. It'll go back to 71%, assuming that doesn't get extended. I feel like I always have to say that anymore because they extend sales. I'm like, gotta get in now. It's gonna end, and then they extend it. I'm like, well, oops. Hey, USC. It's crazy and it's kooky, mysterious and spooky. Oh, time for Tiresias. Good morning. Give me 1 second to get you in. There we go. Good morning, Matt. How are you today?
I am doing great. Hold on, I gotta mute. I gotta mute your YouTube. There we go. All right, I am good to go. The mighty ox himself in the flesh. How's everything going?
Going pretty good.
We have a lot to talk about over the next hour or so. First of all, how's everybody in the chat doing? I'm been in for a while, and that's my fault. I apologize for that, but I had to come in because if I didn't, Ox was going to keep singing. So really, I'm doing a community service right now.
How's he sound, guys? Is he too loud, too low? Does he sound okay? Everyone, stop talking at once.
Well, I usually do. I usually have that effect when I enter a room. So
A little loud.
a little
Okay,
loud.
I can.
You
I
got
can.
that on your end?
Yeah, I can adjust that. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Let's try that. See how that goes.
Mic check 1 2. I won't sing just to keep this professional.
Sound better, Platt?
So I got while they're figuring that out, Alex. I got to ask: did you get just nailed with these storms? Was it last week?
It was weird. I kept expecting to get nailed, and they kind of just went right around Decatur. It's like I'm thinking that even they don't like trust coming into Decatur, Illinois.
Yeah, because you're only, gosh, probably I want to say hour and a half north of me, kind of northeast now. And my town got hit pretty hard. Thankfully, nothing in my neighborhood, but a house like 3 miles away, there was 4 or 5 houses just leveled,
Oh wow!
absolutely leveled.
Yeah.
So there was a couple of touchdowns in the area. We had the sirens going off. Thankfully the hail was not big enough to do damage, but it was hailing so hard and sideways that it set off our doorbell.
Oh wow!
Like it's hailing. We're just hearing all this. My fiance and I and our 6 pets are in the basement, and all of a sudden both our phones light up with like doorbell ringing, and I was like, oh, well, we're in a horror movie now, and we're about to die. That's just this.
Wow. Yeah, I kept expecting to lose power. I kept expecting to lose power. We didn't lose power at all during the storms. Very next night, I'm just about to go to bed. Someone must have hit a pole and power goes out.
Who's your provider up there?
Ameren.
Yeah, that's us too. Yeah, we got Ameren as well. So yeah, I've been surprised. I heard so many crappy things, and we never at all lost power. I was shocked because we had everything charged up. It was but ultimately it is what it is. So, Yep. All right, so I'm just taking a look at your screen here. What the blue hell are you doing trading 47 times before the open?
I'm usually more had better stats before the open usually.
Mm-hmm.
This I don't know. Last 2 weeks, last week and the week before, I was doing golden, and this week I just suck.
Well, I'm checking the chat. First of all, I see Ace in here. Hello, Ace. So for those of you that don't know, Ace is actually running a futures community under the Tarisia's Trading banner now. We're going to talk a little bit more about that as the session progresses. And I have a great opportunity for you guys to get in for a $7 for 7-day trial, because I really believe in what we're building, and I really believe in Dave and what his trading ability. He's, I believe, 4 out of 5 green days so far, and the one losing day was not a big losing day. So he's really putting up some good stats, and we're going to start, in the interest of transparency, next week publishing full results from the room every day, because I'm shocked nobody does that, and if nobody does that, you got to ask why. So we're going to get into that a little more later, but man, listen to this guy. Guy's already set up. Man, I'm coming up there and buying you a steak dinner at some point, man. This guy's doing great.
I knew he would. I mean, he's been a valuable member of this community, and even more than that, a valuable friend to me for going on 3 years now. So I knew you would do what you needed, as long as you guys had.
Ace is streaming in there for right now. We're just, again, this isn't something he did a little bit of this in the past, but David, this is something we're just easing him in. Like, I didn't want to be like, all right, day 1, here's 2 hours, go do it. And so we really haven't been talking about or promoting it. We've just been doing it with existing members. And I've run several live trading rooms over the years, and I know how tough it is to get acclimated. It usually takes a week or 2. So we've just been letting him get his feet wet and doing all. And he's been hitting out of the park for pretty much from day 1. So next week is when we're kind of, I guess you say, if we're going to use Broadway terms, he's been in previews for the past week, and we're going to be going live. Opening night is next week, or opening morning. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Ox has a links and some discounts. I'm going to make sure he's got those later. He'll put them in the Discord. Going through him, you get a 25% discount on for the life of your subscription. So we're running a pretty professional operation over there. For those who don't know, like, I'm not coming from necessarily either an institutional or retail background. I got started retail, but I worked in the education arm of TradeStation for 3 years, and so I was probably vetted more for that than I have been in my entire life. So we've got a little legitimacy there that quite frankly doesn't exist much in this business. But we'll get into that in a little bit, and we'll get a little more into the education side of things. And I have a lot of people that are always looking for education, but they're very skeptical of what's out there. And I 100% understand. I've spent my first 2 or 3 years in trading, I probably spent over $10,000 in education. Some of it was worth every penny and then some, and some of it was a waste of money. So I'll share with you guys some of the things that to look for in that. Because we got plenty of time. I'm going to stick around for a little while, and I'm going to try and make a little more regular appearance in here because I always enjoy talking with Ox. You guys got a great community here, and we'll go from there. So right now, Matt is talking. This is my name's Matt Hensley. I'm the founder and head of trading education at Teresius Trading, which is an education firm. I am a full-time option swing trader and futures day trader. So it's something I've been doing about 10 years. So you're gonna get a little insights and some stuff. I'm gonna tell you what I'm seeing as the markets go. But yeah, met Ox through the a former firm that we were both a little bit of associated with, and now we know the TFD guys, and so I'm always happy to come. Ox is a real legit dude in terms of what he goes about with his business. He doesn't promote crap, and so we're like actually really honored that this is the only education firm that he recommends. And I've done some coaching with him. Maybe we need to do that again in the next couple of weeks, Ox. We'll do another session and get it a little more recent. Because I haven't yelled at you for your trading for a while, so I think we need to do that.
Absolutely, and yeah, that was good. That if you go through my YouTube, the original session is up on the YouTube somewhere. I need to organize the YouTube better.
You just have so much damn content that it's long buried under live trading sessions and your favorite bales of hay recipes or something like that. I don't know.
Well, I've actually hired Tio to clean up my YouTube and try and make it look better. So
okay, all right. Yeah, nice to meet you guys as well. Like I said, I did a couple of sessions with Ox a while ago, and I got really busy. Just basically, I've been running Teresius Trading by myself for the last 4 years, 3.5 years, and so I made the conscious decision to kind of expand because I think there needs to be a counter voice out there. From all the I realize the irony of saying this on YouTube, but all the screaming YouTubers out there. The education industry has, if I'm being honest, and I apologize for swearing on stream, but it's gone to shit for the last few years. Not that there's not still some great education out there, but yeah, Crip, Ox will handle all that. I try to not go into people's streams and put a lot of links and stuff like that, but I'll have like I said, check the Discord, and maybe I'll pop in very briefly next week and make sure you guys have a link to the $7 for 7-day trial to get in there with Ace. But yeah, we'll there's plenty going on. I'll say this, guys, this is one thing that the prop firms, and I use that term loosely, have really, they're a net positive for traders, or a huge net positive for traders. You have access to capital and stuff that you never would have had access to, but they kind of create these senses of urgency to pass or do all this and that. Guys, we all want to make money. If you're not here to make money, go find something else to do. This isn't a hobby. This is a career. But at the same time, don't be thinking 3, 4, 5, 6 months out, a year out, 5 years out. Everybody's only thinking about today and tomorrow, and that's really tough to build a trading career with that. So, all right, well, Ox, I'll let you take it away here at the open, and then we'll circle back.
All right, sounds good. A lot of good information there, very quickly.
Oh, I don't know what you have left to do, since it looks like you got 47 trades on there before the.
It's only 6, 8. No, I think it's like 8.
Now, this is an oversimplification, Ox, and this is not. I joke a little bit, but I check in from time to time. You're making a lot of really good progress. But scroll back just a little bit on that bottom. Or hold on, I got to move something. So that original sell there at 738, right? Like, what if you just held that?
I know.
And that's an oversimplification, and that's
absolutely. I still have that problem where I fight. I just have this natural urge to fight the trend for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're a contrarian. That's
the one thing I got to fight because I do so much better.
They write books about contrarians and not the good ones. So,
not a big response here at the bell. It's kind of not. Well, I guess it's 13 points there, but nothing.
So, two things to keep in mind with that. First of all, look how far we've gone down since basically 7:15 Central, right? Mm-hmm. And also, it's triple witching today. Yeah. So it's gonna be chaotic, not as chaotic as quad witching, but these are the days, guys, where risk management is so important. Position sizing and not having sloppy entries is so important because we can get into the mechanics of triple and quad witching. And actually, when I was at TradeStation, I got some great stats on that kind of stuff. But for the retail trader, the type of stuff you're worried about is just you can see just random swipes, right? Like I'm not a dome trader, but I do always have a dome pulled up. And there's a difference between those, like if we're looking at the NQ here, those 30, 40 point like bleed downs where you're just seeing the bids get chewed up, right? Versus a 30, 40 point swipe when all the bids get pulled, right? And so you're going to see a lot of weird stuff on triple witching and quad witching days because it's a lot of rebalancing, moving things around. And not only do you have the big boys repositioning for the next quarter, you've got the algos playing their arbitrage game all over the place. I will typically, when I'm trading these days, I will reduce position size about 20 to 30%, just because I know it is not out of the realm of possibility for an ATR or an ATR plus swipe to happen in a matter of 10, 15 seconds. And if you don't have a stop set, you're gonna go right out. So, boy, it looked like we were gonna pop there for a second. I mean, gosh, what's our?
I'm short on a top step, and I'm up 25 points. No, 40 points.
Order filled.
And out.
Oh. Okay, that's a nice trade right there.
688 to 645, so 43 points.
Yeah, 5-minute ATR on the NQ's 32. That's not horrible. 33. We've been seeing 5-minute ATRs. I love to see them in the 28 to 35 range. It's usually really good trading. But boy, we've been seeing them like 50, 60, 70. And, I generally am looking at about a half ATR stop on a lot of my trades, especially if I'm trading the NQ. So if I'm looking with a 60 AT, I can't take a 30-point loss on a normal position size. You can't do that. You're not gonna be successful doing that. So you have two choices. One is either you don't trade, or B is you severely reduce position size. You can tighten up your stop a little bit, but again, I really don't like setting stops outside of half ATR on 5-minute half ATR, simply because that's the price of doing business, right? It is not uncommon for the market to move a half ATR, within 2 or 3 minutes on a 5-minute chart. So it's if you're struggling with where to set your stops, guys, that's always a good place to start, about a half. Or you can occasionally tighten it up to maybe a third ATR when it's above 40 or above 50. But you can't. Honestly, it's interesting to see people try to keep like 8-point stops or 5-point stops in the NQ. If a market maker sneezes, the NQ goes 8 points. So you got to be really careful with that kind of stuff. But good trade on that. That was a really good trade there, Ox.
Thank you very much. Now it's trying to pop back up, trying to find identity. Hourly candle shows a bounce, but let's see what we're doing here. If it wants to continue bouncing or if we're just going to.
Not as applicable today, guys, but I will also tell you, this weekend I'm recording my next big free webinar. It's all about zone trading. So when we get into one of those kind of, whether it's 5-minute chart, 4-hour chart, whatever zones, how I handle zone tops, zone bottoms, and zone midpoints. It's going to be well over an hour. I think by the time I'm done with it, it's completely free to sign up for. I'm running it, I think, 3 times next week. The recording, so I'll get Oxed information as well. Maybe I'll pop in. I won't be on mic, but maybe I'll pop into the stream next week and drop the link as well. So it's completely free.
Awesome. Sounds great. Free is always good.
It is, yeah. It is. So I've been out of the loop for a little while. What is going on in the prop world?
It's the normal drama. And, I mean, drama's calmed down some, but I mean, it's, still got Apex and day traders suing each other, and I think they're both suing Kellyanne. I'm not sure. I know at least one is. Other than that, I mean, we've gotten kind of calmed down. Of course, we had the whole funded futures family blow up.
I didn't hear about that. I've been really out of the loop the last few weeks.
The guy that founded it, Danny Trades, was found to be faking his trades, faking his trade reports. Ended up resigning.
A YouTuber faking trade? Shut up.
No. And then the guy that became CEO decided a week after that he was also leaving. So now Danny's father, who claims that Danny's going to have no control over the company, is the one that's now owning the company.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. My response to that is I'll believe it when I see an affidavit. That's about it. But even that in this business though. Yeah, it's you know, you and I have had this conversation in private, Ox, where I tell you how, as I was about 10, so I got in the education business about 8-9 years ago, and I got in pretty quickly after I started trading, because I was working with my mentor, and he just had me moderating a room, so it wasn't like I was giving out trades or anything like that, at least not right away. So right as I was still kind of figuring it out, I'm working for a couple of smaller coaches who have long since left the business, but you know, the education business back then was a lot like the prop business now, right? Because the prop business is sort of, we are at the end of the beginning of the prop business, right? Like, it's been, the last few years have been an explosion of companies. Now we're starting to see the ones without solid business plans, or that were just flat out effing scams getting shut down or failing, or all of this. You're seeing the fact that I understand personality and bold statements bring eyeballs, but you can't run a company on that alone. And right. So you've seen that over the course of the past few months. Obviously, the big Fast Track situation was a key example of that. But I appreciate everyone's skepticism with all of this, and I would always say it's something I deal with in the education business as well. And I'm always patient with it because I understand. But like I always say, guys, you do have to seek out. I understand, people's hesitancy with anything education related. I share that in general, and I understand, people want to play the numbers game. Let me just get a ton of accounts and try to figure it out. I have yet to meet anyone who's had significant success in this business, whether from their own brokerage account or profit from whatever, that didn't have some sort of outside assistance or help. Now, that doesn't mean, listen, and I sell a lot of different things. I have a lot of different price points. I don't sell anything 5, 6, 7, 10 grand like a lot of people out there, but if you a lot of people say, I'm really hesitant to spend $300-400 on a course. I get all that. But I had a conversation with somebody about 2 weeks ago, which to this moment is bugging me, right? Where it's somebody's messaged me, say, hey, I'm interested in working with you. Can you help me out? I said, sure. Here's kind of a menu of some things that I do. I said, if none of this works for you, let me know. I will design a program for you, and I'll work with you. I really want to work with people in that regard. And he just kept coming back. Basically told me he didn't want to spend even $50 on anything. I said, okay, that's fine. I said, what I want you to do right now, I want you to go on Barnes & Noble, Amazon, wherever you get your books, and I want you to buy The Disciplined Trader. And I'm saying this to all of you guys as well. If you've never read it, and you never, go buy it. And he's like, well, I said, dude, I will. This is a published book, so I'm just saying this as pretend. I will send you the PDF. Like 2 weeks later, he still hasn't read anything, and I'm just like, well, then, dude, you're not trying to be successful, right? If you don't want to spend $1,000 in it, cool, that's fine. Not everybody has that. I get that, but if you don't have the money to spend $30 on a book and the 5-6 hours of time to read it, what the hell are you doing in this business? You're gambling. Go download a FanDuel app and go have fun that way. At least you know what you're getting into. So, message really for you guys going forward is really try to seek out some quality education. There's a lot out there, guys, that is free or low cost, right? Like next week, I'm going to run this free event. Come see it. If you don't like it, all right. Well, but something like the Disciplined Trader, something like Steenbarger's a little dry, but there are so many good books out there, so many webinars that can really. But here's the thing, guys: there's no magic strategy. There's no magic indicator. There's good strategies that can help you make some money once you learn how to trade them. There's great indicators that can help keep you out of losing trades or increase your probabilities. But there's no magic out there, guys. Okay, this is a job. This is a career. You need to work at it. I think Ox is a great example of that, as I see there him making even more money. This is Ox and I have had a lot of conversations over the last couple of years. It is Ox. What would you say it's? And I know you're still not where you want to be, but how long would you say it took you to get to the point where you at least feel some sense of comfortability? I don't know if that's a word in your trading and in your ability to execute trades successfully.
It's been over 2 years. I won't even include like the first year where I thought I knew what I was doing and I had no clue what I was doing. Once I finally figured, from the time I got a clue to how to execute a trade plan and come up with, following a strategy and all that, I would say it's taken me a good 2 years. And I'm probably slower than other people in that because of my anxieties that were involved with it. But yeah, for me, it's been a good 2 years.
All right, I'm gonna put something in the chat right now, guys. I don't know if it'll fit. This is kind of our mantra at Teresias Trading. It's something I start almost every webinar or every course or everything off of. I'll read it in case it didn't post right. If you can master a repeatable process for identifying high probability trades and executing them with confidence, you will become a consistently profitable trader no matter your current skill level. So, Crib, I typically charge anywhere from $300 to $500 for individual coaching sessions. I don't book a lot of a la carte sessions simply because, again, that's a lot of my time. I could probably sell 20 or 30 of those a month. The problem is that's 20, 30 hours of time I really don't have. I do my trading. I run my business. I just bought a house. So I got a lot on my plate right now. So usually what I do is I bundle in coaching sessions with courses. I do have a new course and a new bundle coming out next week. That I'll make sure to drop in the Ox chat. But my stuff, guys, it's I'm not charging as much as say like an SMB or some of the guys that charge you $10,000 to do anything of that. But what I do is let me just be as cocky and shitty as it sounds. I'll say that I'm very good at what I do. And so, and it takes a lot of my time to do it. So I have no problem charging a decent amount on that. And I have a great track record of helping people turn their trading around. So, actually, we got a really good interest rate. I want to say it's over 7 now. We locked in at like 6.1. We didn't need a lot of financing. We were able to put a good amount of cash down, so I wasn't too worried about any of that. And hopefully, honestly, it's my goal to pay the thing off in the next few years. So if trading still goes well, that's the plan. But yeah, now we're segging into real estate and all that. But
and yes, that was by the way, real quickly, that was from 649 up to 672 in that last trade. So that's 23 points. So I'm up $1,300 on this funded top step.
All right. So how many 47 hoops do you got to jump through to take any of that out?
I got to get up to. I need to get up to 3,000. I think before I would really be comfortable to take that out above where the drawdown stops, trailing me, and then I'll. I'm not. I want to build a buffer. I don't want to end up taking out and then end up blowing the account because I took out too much too quickly.
Yeah. So, MR, I will echo what I just said a couple of minutes ago. Yeah. So, The Disciplined Trader by Mark Douglas. Let me say this in a way that I think makes it perfectly clear. I think if you are trying to have a career in trading, and you have not read The Disciplined Trader, I think you are wasting your time. I think that is as mandatory a piece of reading for somebody getting into this business or being successful in this business as I've ever seen. It's called The Disciplined Trader by Mark Douglas. A lot of people recommend Trading in the Zone, his other book. They're both great. You can't go wrong with either one. I just find The Disciplined Trader a little more readable. And to be honest, it's basically the same stuff in both books, or at least the same concepts explained a little differently. I wish Mark Douglas had come around a little later than he did, because he kind of got really big into the psychology and stuff in kind of the 80s and in the early 90s. And sadly, he just passed away a few years ago. But yeah, it's a true story about The Disciplined Trader. I read it before I made my first trade, and when I knew I wanted to get in, and I mocked the things in the book. I was like, what moron makes the mistakes that this guy's talking about making? Well, naturally, I went in and made every single damn one of them, right? And so I try to read. I'm overdue for a reading of it. I try to read it every year. I could probably recite half the book at this point. Best Loser Wins is a really good one as well. Tip, that's a good call. So I have my charts pulled up, my Sierra charts pulled up here as well, guys. Everything that I'm looking at is kind of I'm not saying you can't find some opportunities, but I'm a little more of almost an intraday swing trader. I'm trying for more like ATR plus moves, so 30, 40, 50 handles in the NQ on most days. Although typically that's a little closer to 20 or 30 on a normal ATR day. But yeah, it's I'm not seeing anything right now. We're sort of in between a lot of levels. The dailies look pretty good. The daily balance levels that I look at look. Let me scroll down here. So the 5-day low is we just set a new one at 602. So that'll be kind of my line in the sand for a further move down. So if we break 600, I think it could get really, really ugly today. There's room back up to 800 here. I'm just not. I don't know that I'm confident going long right at this point. Guys, I will get through the day sometimes only making 1 or 2 trades, and if I hit some profit targets, I'm good at that point. Yeah. So just a little breakdown there. And sorry, I lost the chat here. If anyone's asking questions. But guys, the easiest way for education, like I said, I'll have Ox posted up in his room. Is Dave's doing a great job. Ace is doing a great job over there. $7 for 7-day trial. If you stick around after that, first of all, going through Ox, you're going to get a 25% discount. The room is priced normally at $199 a month, so that breaks it down to $149 a month. That's actually $149.25 in the interest of full transparency. Once you if you stick around past your trial, guys, you also get a free course from me. It's the best-selling course I've ever made. I usually charge $500 for it. It is the 25 rules of day trading, and it goes through the 25 rules of day trading, like things like earn the right to trade bigger, things like always scale out of winners, Ox, those types of things that can really level up your trading. I've sold over 300 copies of the course at full price, and if you come in and stick around after your trial, you're going to get that course included. You get lifetime access to it. So, and the 25% is permanent as long as you retain your membership. So I'll have Ox send the info on that. Maybe I'll post it a couple times in the chat as well. But you come in through Ox and use his code, and he gets you a 25% discount. Because he's a good dang guy.
Absolutely. And I like working with good people, and that's good people. And I like.
Well, in all honesty, Ox, going through you and going through a couple other places that I go through, you guys kind of do the job of screening my clients for me, which is great because I don't have any interest in, guys, I'm on it. I don't have any interest in working with like some of the morons that are out there, or working with people that just want to come in and like over leverage their trades and do what, like that's not, I mean, I think you guys have heard just in the time I've been here that, I'm very serious about how difficult this is and how much work needs to go into it. And so I want to work with people that understand that. I would rather work with 20 clients that understand that than 100 clients who don't. So it's guys like Ox almost do the work for me. Because if you're in here, you're paying attention to what he does. And I know for a fact Ox has dropped firms that have been very profitable for him as an affiliate because he doesn't like the way they're doing business. And so, that's the type of as he says, good people like to work with good people. And in that situation, the type of people that are going to pay attention to somebody like that are quite honestly the people I want to work with, right? I don't want to work with I feel like if there's a way to permaban anyone who was part of certain firms who shall remain nameless at various times, I would like that. But yeah, this is difficult to do. I don't care what they say about Ox on Reddit. What do they say about you on Reddit, Ox? Damn.
I don't know. I haven't been on Reddit in a while. I'll have to go check that out myself.
Reddit's a wasteland. I know I'm going to sound way older than I am, but man, I did one of the smartest things I've ever done last summer. I basically deleted most of my social media. I got all of it off my phone, which was a big help. And so I'll stick around. I still have a business Facebook account and some other stuff just to, because I have a lot of people that check me out there. But yeah, it's I can't tell you how much that did for my mental health.
Yeah, it can definitely be but I still needed to help promote what I do. So.
Oh, I do as well, but I just getting it off my phone was a.
Oh yeah.
My screen time went down, I think almost 2 hours a day. I did that.
Oh wow!
Because you get that nice little report on Sunday where your iPhone pops up and tells you what a huge waste of space you are. And so I was hitting some. Now, obviously, I do a lot of the stuff for work, and I'm checking stuff throughout the day, or I'm responding to emails if I'm away from my desk. But it's it was a huge thing. So actually, the only thing I ever used Reddit for was like following the subreddits of my sports teams, and those, like everything, Reddit hit the point, especially when it went public, where it just became a wasteland. But yeah, imagine that, public money coming in and screwing something up.
Imagine that. I think he's gotten up to 739.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of hemming and hawing, pulling back a little.
This if it breaks down below 700, and we got a wick on that 5-minute candle though. So the area bounced off of that 740 to 750 level. That was a pretty key overhead level.
Yeah, reverse for the quickness. 739 down to 690. So early morning math says that's 49 points.
Yeah, and again, this is the type. I mean, combine just what we've seen in 2025 with triple witching. It's nothing would surprise me today. We're not going to get any sort of normalcy in the markets until the tariff situation is resolved.
Yeah,
I mean that's just it. And listen, I don't care. You like the guy, you don't like the guy, you like the policies, don't like the policies. You don't bring your politics into your trading. I've watched a lot of people on both sides of the aisle get their lunch handed to them over the past 10 years doing that, right? But what do the markets hate? The markets hate uncertainty. I don't know that the tariffs have had a huge effect on a lot yet, and I know a lot of them haven't even been put into effect. But look at what the markets have done the last month. It's because of uncertainty. And I can tell you this as somebody who spent quite a bit of time when I was at TradeStation doing events in New York and talking with floor traders. I probably had one-on-one conversations with 30 or 40 guys that are on the stock exchange floor every single day. And they'll all say the same thing. And I met guys that were rabid Republicans, rabid Democrats that loved this policy, hated this policy, do this and that. And they all say the same thing. Any type of political or economic uncertainty, they hate it. They don't want to be, and honestly, it's a Friday. What have we seen a lot? Fridays have had a lot of big sell-offs with only a couple small exceptions because people don't want to be long going into the weekend.
And just an advisory, I just looked on Financial Juice, and Trump is scheduled to speak at the top of the, at 10 o'clock Central, so 11 o'clock Eastern.
All right, good to know.
Now,
it's Friday. Shouldn't he be golfing?
He's speaking with the defense secretary, so I don't know if he's going to say anything economical, but anytime he speaks, you got to be careful.
Yeah, I don't think it's, to me, it's the danger when he speaks is not like if he's speaking with, it's probably military or defense, but if he gets a question about something, right, like that's when, whenever he goes off script, that's when the markets react.
Market's taking a little bit of a breath here, trying to figure out what wants to go up or down.
Yeah, it's been interesting as somebody who traded through the first. I was just becoming profitable. Or consistently profitable when Trump took office the first time. And I remember it was first 3 or 4 months were pretty hectic. Not quite as bad as they are now, but just because he would make a lot of comments about companies, right? Because this company would say this or this company would say that. He wasn't quite into a lot of the culture war. I mean, that's how he got started. But like the first year of his first term wasn't kind of the culture war stuff that we're seeing now. So it was, okay, he made a comment about Apple. Apple would spike. I was an options trader exclusively at that point. So if he mentioned any company in a positive light, it was going to go up sometimes 2% within 30 minutes. But the markets priced him in about 6 months in, and they stopped overly reacting to every single thing that he said. Obviously, he's again, I'm not saying good, bad, indifferent, whatever, but he's taken a much different approach. They're taking it's not even a sledgehammer; it's a wrecking ball to a lot of things right now, and so there's a lot of uncertainty. I can tell you this from a couple of conversations I have based on a couple of things that are very close to what I live. Defense contractors are very nervous right now. Because they basically had a free lunch to print money going back to 9/11, right? Like you want to talk about one of the biggest growth industries, and you don't see it as much in the stocks because quite frankly, not all of them are public. But defense contractors have had a free ride for a very long time now, and they're very, very nervous. So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. Yeah, honestly, guys, I recommend if you're starting to be successful in day trading futures, I recommend starting to learn a little bit about options. I wouldn't recommend getting into them right away, but just start. It's a really nice secondary income, especially doing relatively low risk things like covered calls and secured puts and things like that, where you can, play some direction, and especially once you're able to put 25, 30, 40,000 like in a personal account, that's something to look at. Boy, it looks like we want to negate this whole seven something move.
Yeah. Nice pop again. MR wants to know which futures markets you trade and if you have a specific strategy.
I trade the 5 that I trade: NQ, ES, GC, RTY, CL. So those are, I can't tell you the last time I made a trade not in those 5. I will look at some other things. I look at copper, I look at natty gas, but I can't tell you the last time I traded them. So I have a variety of strategies. I have most like my most successful strategies are actually in Renko charts rather than candlestick charts. But I am a big candlestick practitioner. I always use candlesticks for backups. I just over the past year started transitioning a little more into some of the zone stuff that I'll be talking about next week. 3-week zones and 5-day zones are very big right now. So it's a lot of those types of levels are what I look at. And but yeah, probably the 70% of my trades are one of 3 strategies that are on Renko charts. I'm a big believer, guys, in so I got my start in trading small cap stocks and options. And so the first book I ever read was How to Make Money in Stocks by Bill O'Neill. And his whole methodology is at least now a little outdated. But he was big into what he called the cup and handle pattern, right? And the whole theory behind the pattern is the market is in a trend of some kind. It makes a short-term higher low, and then that short-term higher low is violated, right? And so that can create so many different opportunities. So, like, for example, some of my most successful Renko strategies. Now, I'm a believer in simple patterns that are backed up with other things on the chart. So, for example, if I'm trading a short-term Renko breakout, right, I'm always going to have candlestick backup, right? The candlesticks will create what I call a C or C, a confirmation or cancellation of my trade. And they probably keep me out of more trades than they put me in. But keep in mind, it is just as, if not more important in trading to stay out of losing trades as it is to get into winning trades. And I know that sounds like, well, no shit, Matt, right? But we have one of the biggest problems that the funded trading companies have created is almost it used to be the biggest problem I dealt with options and stock traders when I would coach them is chasing and bag holding. Not that those still aren't a problem. Bag holding is almost non-existent anymore because you get stopped out on daily loss limits or maximum loss, whatever, right? So bag holding a $10,000 loser just isn't a thing. But one of the things that is the biggest problem amongst traders now is over trading, both in terms of position size, right? People coming in trading 5 minis on day one, get the hell out of here, and or making 60, 70, 80 trades a day. Like,
hi JJR. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
we have a guy here, JJR. He's a extreme scalper. He's decently successful at it, but it's not unusual for him to do 150 trades in a session.
I mean, again, if you have a solid strategy for that and you can show me multiple months of profitability, that's great. Because there is no wrong way to make money, but there are bad habits that you can develop early in your career that can take years to break. So it's I always encourage people to almost learn day trading like you're a swing trader when you first start. You want to be highly selective of your trades. I honestly don't think beginning traders should take more than 5 trades per day, and they should limit themselves to that because it's going to make them be very very discerning of their trades, as it were. And so at that point, you can start to analyze your trade. When you're making 90 trades a day, guys, and I know there's some great journaling software out there and all that, but it's really hard to consistently know what's going right or wrong in your trading, right? And because there's just too many variables when you have that much, that many trades. When you're trying to analyze 400 trades at the end of the week, good luck. And yeah, gore that like button, guys. Is that the most awkward thing you have to say every day, Ox? Because I say it when I'm on stream too. Like, hey guys, make sure you hit that like button. I feel like like a teen YouTuber is like, okay guys, hit the like button.
Well, like there actually, Mr. G said it in the chat, so I just quickly threw up the graphic there. So a lot of times somebody will remind people in the chat, and I'll just throw up the graphic and not have to say it. But yeah,
also, guys, so obviously you can click on my name in the chat. You go to my channel as well. Make sure you give me a subscription as well, if you don't mind, because now I'm not doing anything next week. I've got my family's in town for Cardinals opening day, so we're kind of making a week out of it. I'll be trading, but not doing a ton of stuff. But a week from Monday, I am relaunching my morning and market wrap shows. So for about 15, 20 minutes before the market and 15, 20 minutes after the market, I hop on and kind of break everything down. That's on my YouTube channel, so make sure you check that out. Yeah, thanks, Docs. Appreciate that.
No problem.
And like I said, now that I've been able to hand off a couple of things, it frees me up a little bit. I'd love to stop in on this stream maybe a couple times a month.
Absolutely. You're always welcome here.
If for no reason to come in and make fun of Vox for something.
Absolutely. I like having guests. It allows me that I don't have to try and talk for 3 hours. Mm-hmm. You love the new Project X platform tip? Not many people say that.
Yeah. I will say this about Project X. I love the on-chart trading. It's just so easy to drag and drop and do a whole lot of things. There is literally not another aspect of that that platform that I like. Yeah, Tipped. I've worked with Tipped in the past. Got a lot of people that come in for a few months, leave, come back for a few months. I did the same thing when I was learning. So I will be the first one to tell you guys, as somebody who sells education, you should seek out multiple education sources, right? Like I have a good track record. I feel very strongly about working with people that I can help them, but also I had about 3 or 4 really strong mentors coming up that taught me different things. And so I even with my healthy ego, and it is very healthy, and I have references, I'm not so arrogant as to say I'm the only voice that somebody's going to need to have a successful career. Yeah, so we're getting a little choppy now.
Yeah, just a bit. Still feels, to me, it still feels like it wants more up, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't feel I could take a long trade here just because we're below a couple of the so we're well below the 5-day midpoint. That's hanging out at about 1885. So I have to see a really quality setup if I'm below that level for me to go long. I will say this: I saw somebody brought up a VWAP trade tip. First of all, good job, man. Also, if you are an over trader, if you're somebody making 30, 40, 50 trades a day, one really good way to screen your trades, and this, I'm not saying this is going to completely clean up your trading or whatever, but try for just a week or two, try only going long above VWAP or only going short below VWAP. Because we all want to be the counter trader, the contrarian. We all want to, catch I would rather catch a 30-point move just that's part of a larger trend than try to pick the bottom or pick the top, right? Just to me, I'm just sitting there banging my head against the wall. It's the same result, except if I get up and bang my head against the wall, I'll still have a headache, but at least I won't lose money. Yeah, Tipped. And honestly, here's the thing, guys. One of the most true statements I've heard about the markets was early in my career, and I don't remember where I read it. I think it was in one of the Market Wizards books. I probably in my first year of trading first 2 years of trade, probably read 150, 200 trading books, and I've probably forgotten 95% of what I read in them. But the statement that was, there's a million ways to make money in the markets, they're all just really hard to find. And that's 100% accurate. There is no wrong way. If you can demonstrate, like I said, month over month profitability, and you have a methodology and a system, and you're consistently making money, by definition, that's the right way for you to trade. Even if it goes against everything I will say. If you're able to consistently do that, that's it. So what do you got going on this weekend, Ox?
Just we'll do nothing fun. I mean, at least nothing most people consider fun. I mean, I'll I'll look over my charts, and I'm working on building up my next endeavor. I'm gonna be starting a YouTube channel breaking baseball card cases and boxes.
Oh, that sounds like fun. I used to love baseball cards when I was little.
Yeah, it's always been a big thing of mine. I have a huge collection, and so I
Oh,
thought,
great.
now I'll get into the whole breaking thing, and I can build sets that way, and then anything I don't want, I can sell off, etc. I can.
Now, if I recall, are you a Cubs fan?
No, I'm a Phillies fan.
Okay. Oh, Phillies. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Well, hey, Cardinal tickets are going to be cheap this year, so if you want to get down here for a game, let me know.
All right, keep that in mind. Yeah, it's right there. They're not looking too good this year, are they?
Well, they're kind of caught in a weird in-between scenario, but it's this age of baseball, you either got to be an immediate contender or you got to sell and rebuild, and they seem to try to want to be caught in the middle. And I will tell you this: it's been interesting. I just moved down to this area. I'm 15 minutes from downtown. I just moved here a few months ago, but I've been following the Cardinals my entire life. Both my parents grew up in the St. Louis area. I have never seen such a apathy towards the Cardinals that I've seen right now. It really is amazing because they've had a couple years of underperformance, and I think people would be happy if they just sold everything and rebuilt,
Yeah.
or spent a ton of money and went all in, and they don't seem to be doing either. St. Louis, it's a holiday. Opening day is this coming Thursday, and it's like a holiday in St. Louis. I mean, seriously, like my fiance's work is closed. It's always a huge thing, and it's like a party atmosphere around the stadium. They don't even sell single game tickets to it because it sells out so quickly with season ticket holders and corporate people and all of that. I've gone to several opening days. I have paid crazy. I paid like World Series prices to go. And this year, I have gotten more emails from their ticket office offering discounted opening day tickets than I've ever seen. They may not sell out opening day. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's sad.
It really is. It really is. I think they're going to be forced this year. I think they're. Well, you know what? I could go on a 10-minute rant about this. People don't. It's great.
We often talk baseball on here, especially if the market's doing nothing.
Helsley could have brought 5 prospects back, and they're going to hold on to. Don't even get me started on that.
I'm surprised that Arenado's still on the team. I mean, there was even talk that the Phillies were looking to acquire Arenado.
Well, he vetoed a trade to Houston.
Yeah, he has no trade
in Houston. Yeah, I love watching him play too. I'm glad he's still there, but yeah, I understand that. Well, and I want him to trade Helsley because he's going into his free agency year, so teams would be more apt to trade for him before the season starts when they can get a draft pick compensation if he walks. And I'll be honest, I think the guy's great. He does really well. But what's the shelf life of a closer? Sometimes three years. I mean, guys like Trevor Hoffman or even Hader to a lesser degree are the exception. They're not the rule. You can get an elite level closer for 2 or 3 years who then is out of baseball 2 years later.
Yep. Because velocity is such a big thing now that they're all blow out their arm and Tommy John and sometimes a second Tommy John, and you never know.
For all of my complaints about the Cardinals, though, they have a great area down there. Ox, I will. If you ever get down here, I will take you to a game, and I want to take you through the Cardinal Hall of Fame here. It's a hell of a thing they have. It's really, really cool to see the history.
Awesome. Yeah, I like to see that because, I mean, while I'm a Philly fan, overall, I'm a baseball fan. So, it's not like I hate everything about every other team. I like baseball history in general. So, except for the Mets.
Well, I'm batching it up this weekend. My fiance just rolled out for the weekend. She's heading back to our hometown for some wedding stuff. So I'm holding down the fort this weekend.
Party time! Oh.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that happens when we got engaged and we bought a house and moved in together down here is I became the spare to 5 cats. So two of whom are approximately 20 years old and have more health problems that you know. So no, I can't leave the house for more than about 2 hours because they need one kind of med or another. I've never owned a cat in my life, but these five are they have low personalities. I love them. So it's but no, honestly, I'm working on that free event next week this weekend. So I'm recording everything for that, and then I am legitimately planning on. So I'm doing that today, and I gotta clean it up and send out the emails on Sunday. I'm going to get up tomorrow, and I'm not going to do a damn thing all day. I'm going to sit on my ass. I'm going to drink way too much, and I'll probably watch some NCAA tournament. Another sport that I used to love that I hate now. The morning market briefing goes out every morning now. Tipped. I send it out usually by 7:00. I don't do that on YouTube anymore. It was just a little much. People prefer the text version, so I just send a little brief thing out.
Just so you know, if you use Gmail, guys, you got to look in. It usually ends up in my promotion folder instead of my regular inbox. Which I hate because my email goes in people's promotions folders too.
Yeah, I listen, as somebody who does email marketing but also gets a lot. I get it. It's just like again, I'm more pissed at the people who abuse it than because I don't want a ton of spam and shit in my box either.
Right.
So like I appreciate the tools, but at the same time, like if somebody comes on my site and signs up for my my morning market briefing and then they can't get it, that's very frustrating for me.
I think once you get something, unless maybe there's a setting somewhere I'm missing, but I think if I get your email, I should be able to mark that I wanted to come into my regular inbox every day instead of having to hunt for it.
Well, people can whitelist things, but that's a process, and yeah. I get it. I mean, it's it is what it is. But it's good habit. First of all, two things, guys. I have a dummy email address, like I mentioned, a lot of you guys do, where I sign up for a lot of, like, if I think something's a little sketchy, I'll sign up for it there. And, I'll be very careful about what I sign up for some of my main emails. But yeah, I wish there was a thing that if you could mark something incoming as a subscription. It's like, yes, I asked for this, please put it in my inbox. Because people will sign up for something, it goes to their spam for like a confirmation, and they never see it. I had somebody angry at me a couple weeks ago. He's like, "Oh, you said you were sending this out. I don't get it." I said the same thing. Check your spam. He's like, "Well, I don't check that." I was like, "Well, I get that, man, but check it." I check my spam once a day. 90% of it gets thrown out. But
what really gets me, and this happened to me yesterday, if someone replies to my email, my daily email, Gmail will put it in my frickin' spam folder. Yeah. It's my frickin' email. It's coming back to me. It's a reply, and they'll spam folder it.
Yeah. All right, so I'll take a couple more questions, guys. What I'm doing right now, I'm going to go in on my site, and I'm going to get the link for you guys for the room if you're interested, and the code to get it's MOT. It's the Mighty Ox of himself who gets you this discount. So let me get this to you guys, and I'll put it in the Discord. It's a little easier, I think, to drop it there.
Yeah, put it in Discord. Put it in Discord, and then I can throw it up here because you not being a mod, YouTube's gonna block you from sending a link on chat.
Gotta make sure I have the right. I'll be happy, guys, when I launch this new course pack that I'm putting together next week as well. I'll be happy to give Ox viewers a nice healthy discount on that as well, because you guys are in here doing the work. So, you know what, Ox, I'm just going to DM this to you.
All right.
And then you can put it wherever you'd like. So that should, let me click on it just to make sure. Okay, so that gets you a $7 for 7-day trial, guys. And then in the coupon code, just put in MOT, M-O-T, and that will actually takes 25% off the $7 too, so it brings it down to $5.25. But starting Monday, we are opening up full transparency in the room, which means we are every day Dave's stats will be populated, and we'll so he's 4 out of 5 so far. I don't know how he's doing this morning. I'll go check in a little bit, but he's 4 out of 5 green days so far. He does great teaching. He provides some live trades, and then he also gives out some trade ideas. I'm in there. I don't get on the mic, but I provide some ideas as well. So you're going to get a couple of trades every day. You're going to get several trade ideas. And like I said, if you stick around past your trial, you get a $500 course for free. So check all that out. If you have any questions, I'm Trader Matt on Discord. I'm kind of highlighted an Oxford server there. I never cold DM anyone because I know there's a lot of scammers out there. Although nobody's tried to impersonate me, I'm a little offended, to be honest.
206 fake oxen. 206.
There you go. But you guys are always welcome to DM me. I usually respond within a couple of hours. You're also you can email me if you have any questions. It's just matt@tiresiastrading.com. And that's my personal inbox. I try to get back to all client emails within 24 hours, but usually if it's especially if it's in the afternoon, I'll get back to you pretty quick. And again, guys, I got a strategy course pack coming out next week. I'm still kind of finalizing details and pricing on all that, but I'll make sure Ox users get a nice discount on that. Maybe I'll hop on. I don't know what your schedule is next week, Ox. Maybe I'll just hop on for 20 minutes and talk about that next week. But yeah. It's we got a lot going on, and I'm excited. We've expanded quite a bit.
And MightyOxTrading is excited to be part of that.
We used a conventional, Mr. G. Like I said, we didn't need a ton of financing. In fact, we probably could have done all cash, but you don't. That would have literally eaten up most of our savings. So I didn't want to do that. You want to always keep a little aside. Plus, doing a conventional, you close a lot quicker. I got some friends that are going through an FHA right now, and they're having to jump through hurdle on hurdle on hurdle. I understand that's convenience, or some people need to do that. I'm fortunate enough we didn't need to do that, but I'm hoping to be out from under this thing in a few years. It's like I said, it's I don't mind dealing with it for a couple years, but I want to be mostly. Actually, that was the biggest part of my first about 4 years of trading, guys. Once I was profitable, so pretty rough first year, like a lot of people have. 4 years after that, I was almost just paying off debt, paying off student loans, paying off a car, paying off some credit cards, all of that. And so I was 5 years into my trading career. I had very little net worth, but I was debt free, and that was huge. Yeah, real estate's a good investment, but like I'm never going to be somebody's friggin' landlord, so I'm not buying something to rent it out or something like that. I just I agree with you in theory, but I have some friends that tried to do some of that, and the hoops you got to jump through is just a mess. I have a buddy who owns an apartment building. Never do that, but a couple houses maybe you can rent to people One of the reasons we actually got a really good discount, or I wouldn't say discount, but a really good price on the house we moved in at is because the owner had lived in it for a couple of years. And he was I live just a few miles away from a Air Force base down here. And so, it was a Air Force guy that owned the house, and he got reassigned. And so rather than just sell the house like he should have done, he tried to rent it out to some buddies for a couple of years. Well, one of the reasons we got a pretty good price is because they didn't take care of it. And so it was a lot, nothing major, although we were able to negotiate a good a new roof in closing, but a lot of little things. I mean, the first 2 months in this house was, we had handy people in probably twice a week, just fixing little things here or there. I fixed a bunch of things here or there. Really, just about a month ago, got to the point where we're feeling pretty comfortable about where it's at. But yeah, I never want to deal with that crap. So I'm in Illinois. Just a couple hours southwest. I live just outside of St. Louis, across the river. Just a couple miles away from, or a couple hours away from Ox. I'm gonna go kidnap and bring him down here at some point.
Hard to kidnap me with my size. You might need to bring a
I got
couple other guys.
I got people, Ox. I got people. Yeah, I'll take you down here to the hill. Best Italian food in the country.
Oh, sounds good.
All right, guys. I think I'm going to call it one. I got to get in and try and grab a couple of things here and make a little money on the day. But outside of that, again, so I'm outside the city. I don't live in St. Louis proper. I live in, like I said, I live about 15 minutes outside of downtown. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I have a couple of friends, G, that live in Florida, and everybody touts like, "Oh, come to Florida. We don't have this tax or that." Listen, I know there's a big thing. Oh, look, you moved to this state. I moved out of Indiana to Illinois. So in theory, right, like Illinois has some of the worst property taxes in the country. Indiana has next to none. But I can tell you this: they get their money from you. One way or another, I don't. You want to talk about sales tax, income tax, property tax? They get their money for all these. Oh, you got to move to here because the tax. They get their damn money. One way or another, they're always going to get it. So I've never no well water. No, I'm in a so for those that aren't familiar with the St. Louis area, downtown St. Louis does need a little work, although they're working on it. But there's kind of a ring around St. Louis, the city of like really nice. They're kind of suburbs, kind of almost. It's a weird kind of hybrid area. If you cross the river, you get to East St. Louis, which is basically abandoned. It was competing with the city I used to live near, Gary, Indiana, for like murder capital of the world for several years. Now there's nothing there. Like all the factories are closed. It's like a Fallout game driving through there. But then you get just past there, and you have a really, really nice area. St. Clair County is very nice. Belleville's an old city. It's very nice. Um, but yeah, it's a nice area. And actually, even though taxes are a little interesting, the property values in here, like we got a house down here for probably 30% less than what I would have paid for it when I was at, just because of proximity to Chicago. So, all right, my friends, I'm gonna get going. Ox, I appreciate you having me. I'm gonna try and make this a little more regular from now on. Now that I've got some things off my plate. Ox has got the info to get a $7 for 7-day trial. Come in and see Ace do his thing live on screen. Floors heated. No, we don't have heated floors. I don't live in Alaska. Well, G, I appreciate it. You've had some good questions today. So, all right, guys. Hey, everyone have a great rest of your day. I will check in with you guys next week about the trial and also to let you know about some of the other education I have going out. In the meantime, guys, like I said, quality education you're going to pay for. End of story. But if you're in that situation where like, I don't know about, go buy the Disciplined Trader. Go buy the Disciplined Trader. End of story. All right? Have a great rest of your day, guys. Ox, thanks for having me, and I will catch up with you guys soon.
See you, Matt. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
A few minutes ago, I took another trade on topstep for, I lost my chart. From 731 to 755, so 24 and a half points. How's everyone doing today? Are we red, green, or somewhere in between? Are we being careful of the triple witching? USC's been really quiet. Was USC here? I thought I saw USC. Maybe I didn't see USC. TO was quiet too. Oh yeah, there was USC. All right, G, have a great weekend. Oh, I bet you she followed Ace over to Teresa's. Coming back down. JJR, if you're here, I apologize for calling you out like that. That was probably wrong of me, and I apologize. It was meant more in joking. It wasn't meant to actually call you out. We're about half an hour away from rolling the markets with RJ Wheel. Oh no, and like I said, I apologize, JJR. I know you're successful with it, and it was just, I'm sorry. It was. I was not in any way trying to disparage your trading, JJR. But yeah, I do apologize if it, you know, if if you took it bad. I should have been more thoughtful when it happened. I agree. I'm simply amazed at what you do, JJR, because you know you must do it so quickly. I have trouble. You very rarely see me do a second trade within a couple of minutes. Every now and then, but I have trouble readjusting, especially if it's going two different directions. And I didn't take profit again, and I should have. There we go. Maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe I knew what I was doing. Ooh, look at that drop. Look at that drop. Got within a little bit of my profit target. Come on. Come on. I'm going to jump out there. 43 to 30, so 13 points. More like 12 on two contracts. Oh, there's a USC. Nice job, USC. Sure, why my voice just cracked like I'm going through puberty. Do you accept my apology, JJR? How's he doing over there today? Thank you, JJR. Wow. MightyOxTrading Discord admin member Justin Eck just got paid $15,000 by Tradify. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I've been red, green, and somewhere in between today. And he's another success story of just hanging in there. He, when we first started Mighty Ox Trading, he was one of the founding members. We started it mainly because we just wanted a place where we could talk about algos. Then we opened it up for everybody, and we no longer try. Well, I don't know if he does an algo or not, but he was blowing accounts left and right, or passing accounts and blowing the funded left and right. And I mean, he got a big win by chance on Apex and got a big payout. But he was a real struggle for him. Now he's consistently taking payouts from multiple props. Yeah, minis can be deadly real quick. Natural born killer. There's hope for everybody. Nice, JJR. That's a good week. Ooh, quick whoosh. Back down 20 points. Trying to go back down to 700 now. And remember, if you're looking for prop accounts, multiple sales end tonight, including that Funded Futures Network sale, the Traderify 100K advanced sale, and the Apex sale. Excellent, JJR. Get that money. And we break back under 700. Nice, MR. Target hit there. Quick 7 points on 2 contracts. Could have got a lot more out of that trade. Nice blue candle there, but I didn't like the wick on it, so I didn't take it. It looks like that was a good decision. You're a nice boss to yourself, JJR, giving yourself 15-minute breaks. That was a better blue candle to take, and I didn't take it. Oops. Crypticon, you need to get rich on trading so you can buy out Hooters, because they might end up going away. I've never been to Hooters. Actually, wait till RJ hears this one. I haven't been to a restaurant, actually inside of a restaurant. It'll be 10 years this coming October. No, last time was 10 years ago. Well, in October, it'll be 10 years. Yep, the last time I was at a sit-down restaurant or in a restaurant at all, even takeout, whatever, was when I was moving out here from Pennsylvania. So stopped at a couple restaurants along the way. Nice short here. Oh, whoosh. Big whoosh. I love it when you call me Big Whoosh. Out. I got out too soon, but that was 11 points, 11 and a quarter. I mean, even before I went back to carnivore, I really didn't do much ordering in either. I'll have pizza every now and then. But like, it's insanely expensive to use like DoorDash or Uber Eats or whatever. And being on carnivore, it doesn't really. I mean, unless you're ordering a steak, but even steak usually comes with a whole bunch of carby sides. So yeah, ordering out. I probably won't order out again until either my birthday or right before Thanksgiving when I order a pizza. When I take a break from carnivore. Considering I buy 7 dozen of eggs a week, no, it's not. Yep, I had pizza on my last birthday. I just need to see where I am at. Problem with having the pizza on my last birthday was because it was that while I tried, I never fully got back on my carnivore journey. You know, usually I take a break, try to take just a couple days break from my birthday, and then get back on until like a few days before Thanksgiving. And I never really got back onto the whole thing during that time period. So I want to see where I'm at in the whole journey of this weight loss thing, and then go from there. Oh. Hey, Ace didn't rejoin us today. Yeah, it's they expect beef to start going up. I guess the cattle count is the lowest it's been in decades. Considering all I eat is meat and chicken and eggs mostly, with some sardines. I'm glad I'm making a lot more money right now. Oh, okay. Ooh, quick pop. I was going to take that blue candle that popped there, and I thought, there's a chance of this come right back down. But you can see it did not come right back down. Unfortunately, I don't have a Costco nearby. Nearest one's Peoria, Illinois. It's like an hour and a half away. 2 hours away, I think. Still rising. Look at this burst. RJ gets to deal the Trump speech in his hour. Yeah, I'm completely carnivore, so no salads. Trump's talking in 2 minutes, but it's with the Secretary of Defense, so I don't know if there's any economic stuff with that or not. RJ, you ready to call in? Good morning, RJ. How are you?
Pretty good. Can you hear me?
Yeah. How's he sound, guys? Because I adjusted the level for Matt, who comes across kind of loud sometimes. So is RJ still okay, or do I need to turn him back up? Talk a little bit more,
Testing,
please, RJ.
testing, testing, testing.
Don't everybody talk
One
at once. Okay. Platt says he's good.
That sounds good.
You
I
want you
like
need it.
MR gives a technical term on JJR's brokerage fees, shitload. Pardon the swearing there, but that nasty word. It is a lot of commissions, especially on micros. Oh, it's Crypticon that's doing, what's he saying? I thought it was JJR that spends all the money. Oh, good, USC.
Okay.
Um, so, yeah, Matt, he really booms it out.
Yeah.
I gotta watch this trade. guy phoning in. I actually forgot I was in a trade.
Oops.
Thought well, I had the target at previous day low, which was at 32, but I didn't actually put one there. I just said, well, we'll see what it does there. And you know, actually, well, I had a stop still at like 209. I don't say stops at 209 still, so I got to move it up. You can indulge me for a minute. I'll just move this up to 229. I got in late on this trade at 259, and didn't set to myself. It's like this, you know, jump in, and I was almost going to click it out for zero when it came back because it went down a little bit. And I hurriedly took one off at 69. So going, well, I'll take 10 ticks. And luckily, it just kept on going with the second one. So I'm in at 259, and it's presently at 249. So what's that? I got another 10 ticks to go for a 100 ticker. It's at 100 ticks now. So, yeah, he was pretty loud, JJR. Especially, I'm glad you turned him down a bit at the start there. That was like, I don't need my coffee.
Yeah. I don't. It's weird because I try to keep the levels all the same for the same people, but like I had an interview yesterday, and he was really low. Matter of fact, I played it back the interview last night. It's like I sound very loud, and that guy sounds low, and Matt was really loud at the same level, so I had to turn him down, and I turned you up a little bit.
My
All
stop
right.
up to 42,039. I'm going to take this one off pretty soon. I think it's getting tired. So I'll leave it at 39 and we'll just start talking. And if it keeps on running, it keeps on running. I'm happy with 39.
All right.
Oh, how is everyone? How did you do today, Ox?
Up and down, but really good on my top step. I'm up like 1,300 there, down a little bit on Apex. So overall,
Yes. I couldn't get traction today on anything until now. Oh, I did get closed out now. Right. So this takes me back up pretty good for my goal. $775 today. I did do my 6 trades. I had one loss, which was only for $50, which is to me is just on the grade of almost a break even. I had 2 break evens and a loss. I'll count that as a loss, obviously $50. It's over the threshold. So I had 3 tiny winners, like $100 each, and then this one. 4 winners. 110, 35, 45, 55. 1, 2, 3, 4 winners. And now this one, which I haven't added up, but I think it's around $400.
all right. I'm gonna let you to it,
Yeah.
and we're at time for rolling the markets with RJ Wheel. RJ, it is all yours.
Okie dokie. Well, apparently we have a competition today. Trump is speaking, so knows what he could say. Might be a move at some point while he's talking. Have to be careful. Make sure when you enter, make sure you lay your stop down. There's nothing worse than entering and the minute you enter, there's a whoosh, and before you get your stop down, you're underwater. That really hurts. I've had that happen. I've also had it, of course, the other way. You don't remember the ones that go the other way. You put it, you can't even get your target down, and it's already. Thank God you didn't, because it's already shot through your targets, and you're up $400 or $500. So, as always with the market, it'll give it and it'll take it. You just got to be on the side of more gives than takes. So, just to review yesterday, NQ. I'm on the YM page right now. Let's go to the NQ because that's the thing to talk about. NQ yesterday, we talked about 960. I think it was 960, wasn't it? Let me get my old notes from yesterday up. The big number there was 926. We had that one trade that was a beauty from the 880s or something into that 926 area in the morning. And yesterday, so we said 926 would be the number. Was it yesterday? Am I on the wrong page? Let me have a look here. Yeah, 926. So, and the stream ended, and it came right back at it started at 926. It never, yesterday, sorry. The stream ended at, was high in the 2000s still, and it did come down and hit that 926 area and go through it and then come back. And if you notice, then it came back and used it as resistance at 330, or sorry, 130, and then slammed it down for the and then slammed it down. And in the final hour, we got a burst back up, and actually that's where it ended. It closed it, and then yesterday was pretty important on the Nasdaq. And so today, where are we at? Let's figure out what we're going to do today. Yesterday's numbers was a working number. Let's have a look. Crypticon. Before I do that, okay, we'll hold on to a Crypticon. Don't make any mistakes today. Yeah, cool intro music. Maybe like the, I don't know. The Tonight Show theme song. I don't know what we would use there, Crypt. Anyway, and just be careful. If you pass an account, hold on to it, buddy. Today, and it's Friday. Overnight low is a big number. It came back up to that, nested there for a minute on NQ, and the overnight low number, right off the open, it shot back down. It created a risk at the open. So the overnight low number is way out now. It's at like 600, and we've gone 300 point. We've gone all the way back up to 200 points. We're at 800 level basically right now, and that's a key level. That was yesterday. I think we can't remember if it was yesterday or 2 days ago, but anyway, that's a big. If you look on a 15-minute, there's a lot of activity between 775 and say 835. So rough going here for where it's gone here. I expected Europeans took it down before, 45 minutes before the open. The 15-minute bar there was an inefficient bar, hardly anything on it, and they brought it back up and gone through that. So they're at the top of that particular bar into that sideways zone that we just talked about, 775 to 835. So watch yourself in here. You're going to get maybe some twists and turns. The big number is overnight high at 935. And I think the big number is right below it at 915, say, somewhere around there. So I think this that's a lot of attraction. There's a big fib line and a overnight high. So up in the above 900s. I expect this to go another 100 points at some point this afternoon. Now, I mean, Trump talking, he may say some crazy, I don't mean to imply he's crazy, but he may say some stuff that market implies to be crazy on tariffs and China and Taiwan, or who God knows what he might mention with the defense contractor or defense secretary. So, barring just we have market dynamics, I think the market will force that up. That's crazy because everyone's going to think Friday afternoons it's going to be, no one's going to want to hold it over the weekend. So maybe the play is that it'll run it all the way up to 900 and then the last hour bring it back down into that, like maybe into that level, like that 830s level or 800 level, somewhere around there. So it's going to go up 100 and down 100 this afternoon is my prediction. But if I can get through this area, say 815, maybe 825, 830. If I get through there, if you get above 830, even 840, you'll get those. You'll get up all the way to 900, up to 925, 930. That's what I'm playing for. Now, If it shorts, it'll go back whooshy down all the way back down to below 700, and then think about it going all the way back to overnight low. But keep those figures in mind for this afternoon. Precisely overnight high 933.75. Let's call it 934. And I got a fib that's around 9, almost on top of it, really. So that's a big area. Let's call it 925 to 935 is a very attractive, which of course, what are we saying? 925. Yesterday we had a number of 926. So the market loves the 920s. I think it's going to go all the way up. Yeah, hit that like button. Ox maybe keeps track of how many likes he gets after 11 o'clock, which would keep me from getting canceled. Ratings are coming in. Ratings will come in at the end of the month, and I'll get it. Ox will make a decision on me. That Dow thing. What happened to my Dow? Let's go back over to the Dow. I shouldn't have got out at 39. It's presently at 92. Go back over and look at what happened there. I mean, I'm glad to take that after a day of little punch outs. It was good to get that runner. I brought my stop up pretty far into the fire there. It came down and used overnight that previous day low line, which was my original target, which was 42.031. So 31 was the target. I should have kept my stop probably below that. I don't know. It's, placing stops is always going to be, walking into a dark room, not knowing where the light switch is. You've got your hand out, you're walking slowly, going, I don't know what to do. I mean, if I'd used a larger chart, let me go to a larger chart on the Dow. Could I have protected that? I was kind of haphazard with that stop placement, but, excuse me. We came on at 11 o'clock, right? So, stop. Yeah, I should have put the stop back just below the overnight low, figuring they would the previous day low, they'd run it back to that maybe, which they did, and then they shot it up. Now it's coming back down anyway. So over my stop now. If I'm going to have a big wide stop at that spot where I didn't want to get hit, I mean my stop would be probably at 49 now, or even at that 39 level. I mean, if you're going to keep a big stop the whole way so you can stay in the trade, if it turns higher up later on, you're going to get hit at maybe the same place. So I'm okay with that. Anyone else want to talk about what they did today? $25 Crypticon. I don't really know where that commission talk started, so I can't really figure out what you guys are talking about. Platt, you wrote back there the action on ZB. The bond and the ultra bond isn't for me. You finally figured out it's just too slow, I guess. I would, if you find if you're in the bonds because you just think NQ's too explosive, try the ES or MyYM. I think you'll find those something in the middle between the hellacious speed of the NQ. Or maybe try the Russell. As I said, I'm going to start talking about the Russell. Where is the Russell today? No one's interested in the Russell, really. I don't know why I'm doing that, but maybe I'll talk about that in a sec if anyone asks about it. Sniper scalping on NQ, is that what you're doing? Because you had what you reported in 3 good trades again today. I think you're doing pretty good this week. Yeah, Platt, try the YM, or or ES. Actually, you can do that too. Because I find that my problem with the bonds is it's so friggin' slow. Good back in the day, I used to trade the bonds back in the late 90s. I think I talked about this the other day with the great Larry Williams, is considered one of the great traders or gurus or one of the pioneers of trade rooms, or selling trading advice. I learned how to trade Larry Williams, and they were faxing me the chart at my office and telling me what they thought, and then I would make my decision. Excuse me, and I would phone it in. That's where we were at in the. That was before high-speed internet, so the internet was around, but we were phoning and faxing our trades in. That's how slow I don't know if you could do that on the NQ. I mean, I wonder how fast the NQ was. I mean, in the late '90s with the new developments in the internet and broadcast video, and then the impending Y2K. I would have to think the NQ was pretty crazy trading back then. You're going to stay with the bonds. You just felt today was a slow day. I thought you were talking about maybe it was too slow. You were coming to the conclusion it was too slow all around. Well, yeah, no. If you feel you're almost there, keep on. The good thing about the slowness of it, if you can handle it, then you can make some good money there. Having a sip of coffee. I don't know what Trump's saying, so we don't have any word on that. I don't have a TV up here in my office. I have a TV up in my office actually, but it doesn't work, and it's not hooked up to my Fire Stick technology anyway, so it'd be useless. But it works if I hooked it up. Ooh, MR just reports in with 185 ticker. What was the type in? What was the trade? What was it on? And what did you do that on the NQ or the YM, or what did you do that on? If you did it on the YM, you got that whole move. I will be slightly jealous. I'll have two greens today: my bottom line and my face. I won't be jealous. I never worry about that. Any trader that does better than me, or just the same as the traders that do worse than me, I don't make fun of them or think badly of them, or I want to grab them by the bootstraps and help pull them up if there's anything I can do to help a trader who's struggling. But traders that do, an example yesterday, full money posted in some huge amount of money. What was it, like $20,000 or whatever? And what's out of the realm of even thinking about? But I don't get jealous. Any trader that makes more, I just assume there's better traders than me. I don't consider myself yet. I don't actually consider myself a good trader. I consider myself a trader that survives. I don't think I'm ever going to be on the cover of stocks and commodities, or I don't think I'm ever going to personally meet Jack D. Schwager with his tape recorder on, doing a chapter of his next Market Wizards book. I just want to keep making money that says when I go to the grocery store, I don't, I'm not looking at prices as much as I should. I care about the price of eggs. If I can keep it that I don't care about the price of eggs, that's the only ego I got. Assuming it was NQ, but he also trades. I think he trades almost primarily in NQ. So I'm on the YM page right now. I'm going to go back to my NQ workspace and let's get down to business. Oh, you probably caught that. You catch that big short, maybe? Just now, or it was the long previous to that, just that the stream started on NQ. NQ's shorting again right now. Now, I can't trade that. I like that setup. It's actually a great setup, but that would be a jump in, and I'm coming back here and just looking at it and going, oh, there's a trade. I have lost more money with that mentality. I mean, this is probably going to run, but I don't care. I have disciplined myself not to jump in. I kind of did that with YM on that trade I just made. But then YM, I feel a lot more comfortable. I was able to quickly check to make sure, yeah, this is going to go up some. This has got some legs. That looks like a good trade. Had I been here staring at NQ, my entry would have been below 38. I would have felt comfortable getting in at 35, 32. It's already at 22. See, so I would have gotten in at. I could have still gotten in at 32. There's my 10 points. But I don't. But as I said, I was. Because that's the thing. I find that whenever you go to the kitchen and go get another beverage or whatever other thing you have to do, or let the dog out, and you come back, or you take a phone call, and you come back and immediately go, oh, that's a trade, and it can't. That's not possible. And every time you leave, but somehow your mind plays tricks with you. So that is one of the things I had to learn. Don't ever do jump ins. Let them go. There'll be another one. If you enter a little lower on the curve, then you don't have a defendable position. That's very frustrating. You've got your stop. You'll have to put, your stop tolerance has to be wider. So your stop's going to be right in the fire. This is turning already. Oil opened, went right down to its overnight low that was made at about an hour before it opened, and it's done nothing but shoot up again. So oil's been trading. Yesterday we talked about oil. It was down in the 60s and it went up to 67. We thought it would go higher up to 68. I think we did say like 68.30 or something. I mean, would I really have said that? No, I'm not going to take credit for that. I don't see why I thought that, but I did say it would go above 68. I remember that, and it got would not get to 69. Got to 68, 65, and in the overnight, Asians kept the trend going up, and then they broke it, and then Euros smashed it. About an hour and a half into their trading after they're open, or maybe half hour after, I don't know what the time zone difference. I guess they opened later, so they pretty much smashed it off their open, and now American markets are bringing it up, but they're slowing down, bringing it back down right now. I think if it has to stay above 68. If it gets into the 67, 80 or something like that, it could go all the way back down to, well, I don't know, not a lot. Overnight low is pretty high at 67, 68. So I don't really have a thing on oil right now. I think as long as it stays in the 68s, safe to maybe take another long. If it goes into the 67s, could be a return all the way back down to overnight low. I don't know. I don't have any. I'm not excited about oil. It doesn't look very entertaining to me. Yes, I was talking to. I was reading at Mr. G's comments. And I had offered up that if it got in, I can't remember what I typed, but it was something like if it got in the 70s, it would run up to the 90s. And that's pretty much what it did. I don't know if someone wants to scroll back and see what I wrote to Mr. G. Whoosh bars. I call them inefficient bars. There's no, all the way down prior to the open, 45 minutes before the open. Very similar to something else NQ we were talking about or something. So, and ES is now coming all the way back. So if it stays above it's approaching danger levels for the bulls. If the bears get it down into the 70s or 60s again, they can go all the way back down. Yeah, USC FOMO is a big problem for traders. That's the first things you have to get rid of. And I mean, it's crazy that we do that because we know that there's another trade around the corner. Especially an NQ trader should never be FOMO because there's another trade right around the corner. Always with the NQ. I mean, Platt, I would accuse or not accuse. I would say I would allow. Platt can afford a little runway on a FOMO because bonds don't move very much. But the rest of us here on YM or NQ, we should never be FOMO. Okay. What did that NQ trade end up doing? It turned and it came back down again. It's really choppy here in this area. And why? What's going on in NQ right now? Got to the top of the whoosh bar that happened at 8:30 to 8:45, 15-minute, and it's coming back through it. It could go all the way to the bottom of that. We could be looking at going back down into the 700. If it gets down to the 700 level, then all the way back to overnight low, perhaps. Although not a lot of activity took place down there. It's a previous day low is a more powerful number right now, which is like 57. Right, USC. That's a good way of putting it. Stock the trades. I use the word hunting. I'm hunting. Same thing. That's a good way to put it. That's why I'm big on these levels. I like talking about levels. I like talking about, well, if it comes across that price, then we can expect to go to the next price. So you wait till it gets to that price. Wait till that what you've envisioned happens, and then you know, it's like a vision board thing. But just going in and saying, oh, it's turning here, well, I'll get in the trade. Well, that's where we lose. Picky is a phrase. That's where I came up with that 6 trade thing for me. Matt talked today about 5 trades. Same thing, 5, 6 trades. What's the difference? So, you know, because I was doing 12, 14 trades a day in a session. Like I have a morning session, afternoon session. So in the morning session, between whatever time I start, before the open to after London closed lunchtime, I should only take about 6 trades, maybe 8 at tops if I go right through to lunch in one sitting. Because I found if I was doing 15, you know, say 15 trades, double that amount, and almost triple really, and I was losing. And when I started cutting down my trading, it's like I just eliminated the losers, you know. So I had, you know, 50. I was doing 15 trades a day, and my record looked like a, you know, 6 wins, 5 losses, and 4 break evens. When I got down to when I reduced it down to less than 8 trades, my sheet looked like 5 wins, 2 break evens, and 1 loss, or 4 wins, 2 losses, 4 wins, 1 loss, 1 break even. That kind of thing. And I can show. I know I have the records. Anytime I go, if I have a 12 trade morning, it's one of 2 things. I've started getting a little tilty, or you know, there's just been overwhelmed major activity, volatility. So there's like more, you know. So it can be a good thing, but rarely. How many days do we have where the volatility produces 12 great entries? Anyway, that's my thing. Less trades, less is more. Now, there's different kinds of traders out there. JJR should not listen to this at all. He's got a methodology that says, um, you know, I'm taking this, I'm taking that. I'm qualify. So JJR, we're not picking on him. We're always complimenting him. That's a different animal. It's like a different kind of trading. It's almost like the difference between option trading and stock trading. It's like it's not comparable what he does to what Platt is doing on the bonds, or USC's sniping her NQ trades, or me. I simply don't have the mental stamina anymore. I think when I was younger, That's why I thought at one point JJR might be a really young guy. I don't have the mental stamina anymore. After about 3 or 4 trades, I just think one of two things: older age, but it's also probably just what I'm doing to myself with my cell phone and my whatnot. We've just had technology and uh, just the pace of life. So I don't know if it's old age. I don't feel old, but you know what I mean. Definitely, my brain is older. Yeah. So yeah, you report in every day. You seem like you take like 3 or 4 trades. 3, 4. You're in that 6 or less category, like I am, USC. And I know your trading's improved. I don't know, maybe before when you were struggling when you first came here, maybe you were doing 10, 12 trades. Maybe that's one of the things that's got you better. Oh, Matt mentioned that too. Like he said, well, these people that take like 80, 90 trades a day, how do they review them? Maybe J.H. Eric could weigh in on that if he's around. But uh, he probably. What I'm just going to make something up here because I'm not a guy who's ever done that. But I would have to think a guy who does 90 trades a day. Oh, we got a big move on NQ here. The guy who reviews 90 trades a day, long on NQ is pretty good right now. He probably looks at time blocks. He goes, well, how did I do in this 15 minutes? How did I do in that 15 minutes? And he can kind of look at the 15-minute block, and because he maybe took 14, or let's say he took 9 or 10 trades in that 15 minutes, and he was losing. So I think he has to break up his day like that. That's good, USC. Well, I find a room. You see, trading's such a lonely thing. That's what I'm, here I am. I'm willing to talk on here for an hour today. So to say I'm gregarious is an understatement. I was, I owned my own business and was I was my very small business. I was the salesman as well as the owner. So I was out every day meeting clients, especially back in the day before, we got all this technology. When I started my business, the fax machine was looked upon as with the same wonderment as when you watch Star Trek with their transporter. That's how good that's what the fax machine was looking. Oh wow, this thing can do that. It was like, beam me up, Scotty. So, what I'm trying to say is that I've conditioned for 40 years in business. I was, or whatever it was, 35. I was meeting people every day and talking to them and laughing and joking and talking about last night's game or last night's Seinfeld episode. Which is another thing you could do back then. You could say to someone, everyone watched the same TV show. Today, if you watch, I'm assuming if a salesman walked into an office today and said, "Did you see last night's White Lotus?" Or if he said what happened on White Lotus, he'd probably lose the account because there'd be 3 or 4 people in there who haven't watched the episode yet. It's totally different how humanity reacts to each other. Our sense of community's changed. But I digress. So for me, my whole journey since 2008 has been searching for trade rooms that not for education but for community. Originally, it was obviously for education. My first trade room was a room that was related to my software, and so we were all in the same boat with that, and there was a good community there. And then we splintered off, and I don't know how many trade rooms I've been in, but I constantly I'm constantly on a wander looking for one. And I will tell you guys, I'm not just saying it because I've said it before. I got this gig back in the day. I would type in this room a lot of times. This is a really good safe room. There's a lot of good people in here. And it's not and Alex doesn't tolerate any monkey business. And a lot of us that own wrenches on this thing can kick people out too. And we've had I mean, I can't remember the last time this room had an incident where he went, whoa. Like, I think it was like months ago. I haven't, there hasn't been a guy come in here in a long time that shake it up, or a woman. So you know, I'm not very, I don't do well on my own. I mean, I'm being hard on myself. I mean, I do trade on my own in the afternoons. I guess there's, you know, I do find that sometimes, and then, you know, being in here, and I like, you know, as I said, I like to participate. And I'm type, you know, I miss a trade because I'm in here um, commenting or making a joke or something like that. So there is that. But I find overall I'm better for it that I have a community. Doing this hour actually for me makes me feel a little, you know, because then I'm the 2 or 3 hours, the 2.5 hours I'm trading before here, I am cognizant of what I got to talk about it, and I don't want to come on. I'm more motivated. Like, I don't want to come on here and say I blew. You know, I had 4 losers in a row, and you know, I lost $800, and I can barely talk, guys. Sorry, I don't want to ever. So I mean, this room makes me more accountable. MR checks in. Well, we're you said you got 185 ticks. We were curious. What time was that trade at roughly, and was it on NQ? I'm assuming it was on NQ. There was a big long at 11 when I came on the stream. Were you in that trade on the NQ? That's where it was, or I don't think it was the short after that. You might have left by then. But anyway, I was just curious as to what your trade was, MR. If you want to just give us a couple of details. Well, you know, like you know yourself, you report in. You report in every day. You know, so you got to think about that. You go, what am I going to report in? That's accountable. You go, like, I don't want to type in here. I lost $400 today. You know, not that if you do, we'll help you. We'll say, it's not that you're afraid to say it, but you don't want to say that. You want to say every day you won. So it makes you more accountable. So you got the big short after the big long. So you got the short. Going back here. You get the short at 11:13. You got that for 185 points. Wow. Nice. Tim Rohn, my trading needs help, and my wife told me to either poop or get off the pot. Well, Tim, my wife, at the time she was my partner, spouse, not a living, you know, common law, whatever they call it. Back in 2015, 2016, I was ending the business, and you know, and I was getting depressed because the trading wasn't working. This was the plan I had for it was going to be a soft landing, and unfortunately, it was not going to be a soft landing. It was a crash. And yeah, she was pretty mad, and I wouldn't give up. And we had other problems, so I'm not going to say it was just trading, but we split up for 3.5 years. And trading would be, I'm not going to say it's number one, you know, but it would contribute. There was it meant, you know, because I was unhappy. So yeah, you have to watch that. You have to, I don't know what we can do to help you. I have talked to you about your stops. You've got that Tim, if I remember, you got that really interesting setup, which is like almost like my eyebrows are up like one of JJR talks. Like, I can't remember. You're looking at a 1 minute, but you're trading on it. You're taking your trades on the 60 minute. It's like a reverse thing that what everyone mostly does. Hold the previous 60-minute low. I got an NQ 60 minute. Where'd it go? Let me look at that. Ah, crap, I turned it into an RTY. Hold on your hat, I'm going to make it on it, so I don't know why it would go wrong. Oh, there it is. Like, not even that 1 second. It's amazing what these softwares do. Okay, I see it. Put a crosshair on that. $60-minute at between 9 and 10 down, and then it came all the way back up to the top of that, and started working its way. Oh, that's what's going on now. I think that entry was from the breakout from around 3 hours ago, right? Right, the breakout that started at well, 2 hours ago to me, 9 o'clock. I don't know. I see it though. It's still going. A big short going on NQ now. You know, sorry guys, I know I'm not doing enough trading in front of you, but I'm talking and looking at the chat. That's a short, same as the one I was missing on the last time, about half an hour ago. I said the same thing, but I'm not going to jump in. That was a trade. That was a beautiful setup actually for short there. I don't know how Ox does it. How Ox can, I like for me to just even make one trade while I'm talking and looking at the chat is okay. I'll take a look at that, MR. That's really interesting. Well, Tim, back to Tim here. I feel for you if you got, your spouses, because the spouse does. First thing about, I call them civilians. They and someone who doesn't trade, they have no understanding. Like you can tell them over and over how difficult it is, and the mental crush that comes with this, and they just don't get it. They won't until you do it. You don't get it. Yeah. Or are you going to go to are you trying evaluations? Because maybe doing the evals will take some pressure off you, and you're not taking money away from the family pot. But I don't know, Tim. Discord, if you want to send me a message, I would be more than happy to talk to you about stuff and how to manage. Well, I'm not a marriage counselor, but I did manage to. I managed to put that back together. We had other problems. Obviously, it's not just trading. Otherwise, not just trading that caused us to break up. Not just my newfound finding success. Just I could be a person again. That allowed me to be comfortable. So in a way, trading, my trading, and it's funny. My trading success or lack thereof, and then success mirrors my relationship with my lady. Yeah, that's one thing about evals. I mean, Ramon, I did them back at the beginning with Topstep. They reminded me of just how much you have to pay attention to the rules. Because back then, of course, Topstep, they had like a whole big rules package, so you had to do a lot of things. That was a great trade on NQ just now. I should talk less and pay attention more. I don't know. Yeah, I think trading in a group is a good idea. As long as you don't get distracted. But some people are prone to messaging. Like someone says that NQ is going to go up now, and they just go crazy and go, okay, I'm going to go get along. Don't do that. Like even when I say I think it's going to go, what did I say? I think the NQ. Let's go back over. I'll do my thing right now. NQ's fallen off pretty hard here. It's going back down, but my initial thought was that it might try to get up above 900 again, but it's really fallen off. So now we're looking at more like we're going to hit 600 before we hit 900. Previous day low, which was also respected pretty heavily on the YM. So maybe they're all using previous day low as the big bellwether today. That's 660. So mark 660 on your charts, on your NQ charts today. 660 is a big number to break. It's support right now. So 660. Just be careful, but it could break, and if it breaks, we're going all the way back down. So 660 is a big number today. I think props, if you're just starting out, is absolutely the way to go. Why throw $5,000 on an account when you can just get the data the whole bit for these really cheap fees? I mean, evals. I wish they had. I started in 2008. I mean, I wish they had evals back then. By the time they started in 2012, 13, 14, I already had a lot of preconceived notion that was now conceived notion. And I was into, I had other ways to do it. I mean, I had some money, so that helped. If I didn't have any money, I guess I should have done evals. I would have done evals, obviously. I think evals are a great way, especially for young people. Like someone who's got college loans, a young person who's maybe got college loans to boot, maybe trying to start a family, maybe trying to, or build a life with a girlfriend or a boyfriend. Either way, all the other different mashups we have going on now, covering everybody. That's a great way to participate in this industry, and not, as I just said to Tim, not taking money out of the family pot. Right, USC. I think now you're at a big sweet spot. This is where it is, because that's where I was. I found consistency, and then I had to stop the trade. So like I just talked about, I got down to where I realized don't only make about 6 trades a day, make them count, and basically just throw out all the losers. That's how it ended up working. And the jump ins, the coming back after getting the reheating your coffee and coming, oh, there's a trade. No, let it go. Like I just did it now. I mean, twice today, because I'm talking on stream. I've seen great setups short on the NQ, but they're already in full. They've left the runway. They're about 1,000 feet in the air. I know they're going to go the full 30,000, but do I? And I'll feel like it. My thing is, I feel like they look like they're still going to run, but my feeling is, you jump in and then they go against you. You go, my God, because you can't defend it, because you can't put your stop back out of the way. You're already in the middle of the fray. I think USC. That's a great sentence, actually. And I think that Matt fellow who would really like that line. That's the difference between becoming staying in this constant state of trying to learn. And I use my finger quotes there, doing all the things. And the difference between that is you get the consistency. And what gets you the consistency is by getting rid of those traits that you call them stupid and impatient. The other thing is they're just not part of your plan. Like you have a plan to try. Well, let's make one up right now. Trader will only short when the market is below the VWAP, and he'll only go long when it's above the VWAP. And then he's got a moving average package to go with that. So the 9's got to cross the 20 for short. The 20's got to cross the whatever that is for long. Maybe I don't have my T's crossed there, but you know what I mean. A moving average crossover. And no, all of a sudden the price is above VWAP, but he shorts anyway, and then he gets, whoa, it's against my plan. Why did I do that? You got to get rid of that. Matt said something interesting again this morning about that thing about it's almost worth scrolling back, where if you can become where it's just like acting. I'm going to use my phrasing. It's robotic with the type of trade you do. It might not even be that great of a strategy, but if you're robotic with it, not only with your entries but with your stop management, and obviously you better check the win rate. The win rate works. Is over 50%. You can do, as long as you're robotic about it. The minute you start doing things on the fly, making up something. I'll go back to a sports analogy, football. You know, when the coach has a playbook, and he says we're going to win the game if we execute these 30 plays properly against this kind of team. But then the quarterback gets out there, and he starts calling the audibles that aren't part of the 30 plays, or he drops back and he just starts rolling out and not even following the play, and they lose. And the coach goes, "Why'd you do that?" And then the guy's not the starting quarterback for very long if he does it again the next week. Oh, I don't know what you got to do there, Crypticon. I know what you got to do is you don't make up a trade just to get to a certain level. You wait, just be patient and wait for the right one. So NQ's really moving around right now. Maybe it's Trump talk. I don't know. They bounced really hard high. Now it's looking like it could go long here. I'll just pay attention for a second, see what this is. This is quite an interesting setup right here. It's got my setup. It's got my 2-bar setup there. Oh, it's a 3-minute like. Inside on a 3-minute bar though. I don't know if I like the long here. Could be a I'm gonna try it. I'm in at 718 quarter and it's running. I waited for I looked at my volume, saw the volume spike up. 718. Took one off. So there's a trade for 10 points. And my second one looks like it's coming back. I've got my second one set at I set it at 20, just above the buy. I got 1825 entry, 28.5 out on the first one. Yeah, it is a good long. I was unsure of it for a second there, but it did have my. Oh, there I got hit. Oh, and I got slipped a bit too. Darn. Anyway, so there's a. There I did a trade. Oh, this could be. I mean, that just that hard revert. I don't know, like Trump said something probably. I don't know if he's even still talking. I don't. That's why sometimes you should have a TV in your trade room. I really should get that TV hooked up. I don't have cable anymore. I'm off totally Fire Stick technology, so it's hard to get. I don't know. I should really hook this thing up. Summer's coming, so I might. Move my office. World out there right now. Oh, how much time's left? 5 minutes. Political statement. I'm going to make a political statement. I don't like these guys I don't care if you're on the left or on the right. This glee at Tesla, stock falling, and people throwing Molotov cocktails and scratching Teslas in parking lots. I'm appalled by that. I mean, Tesla hires 80, 100,000 people for running a really good. I thought we were all for clean technology in our cars. And Tesla's the lead. You know, for this guy to take on the big three. You know how many guys? You ever watched a movie called Tucker, starring Jeff Bridges back in the 40s? A guy named Tucker was the Tesla of his day, and he got killed by those guys. Literally, I mean, they just buried him. And somehow Tesla managed to pull this off. Never mind the name of the guy who owns it. It's just not right. It's not American. It's not. It's well, I'm Canadian, so I'll say it's un-North American, because there's people up here in Canada doing the same thing. You can hate those guys, you can disagree with them, but you don't cheer the stock price going lower. There, end of political statement. All right, Crep. I think your wife just made the trade of the day. I'm going to call that the trade of the day. That beats MR's 185 tick trade. Take that, MR. That's a good call by your wife. Good one, Crep. And you have a good weekend too. We're going to shut her down, and we're just waiting for Ox to come back here. And look at that NQ. Another nice long here. My 2-bar thing is really working there. Ox, you love them. Yeah, USC. That's gotta hurt. Eh? You get all the way to the top of the mountain, and then your shoe hits one wrong thing, and you slide all the way back down. Oh my God! Just one finger grip loosens. It's just trading. Oh gosh, trading is such a tough business. I mean, it's a constant vigil. You can't take your eye off it. It's complete constant. It's like brain surgery. Not that brain surgery is a higher calling. You know what I mean by it. But a brain surgeon can't take you can't take a minute off. Neither can we. It is. It is a little bit of a romance there. A romance trade. He's running to meet his wife for lunch. Yeah, that's the pace. What's the? Let me find out what the YM is doing while you guys are. You think? Oh man! Whoa! Just a no pullback or anything. When did it? NQ, like in the last 5 minutes, NQ's gone up, down, rally, base, drop, rally, drop, rally. And the NQ, all it's done is rally, base, rally in the last 5 minutes. And you could have got in really good at crosshair. I mean, for me, I would have got in around 950, 960. Came back on you to 949. That's the most pressure you'd have had. And you could have rolled it all the way up to 014. You could have rounded up 75 ticks. Beautiful trade on YM just now. Full concentration. No ifs, no and no buts. Just, you gotta do it.
Gotta
You
do
have
it.
to have a trading plan. And if you don't have a trading plan, you don't know why you're losing. If you have a trading plan and you execute the same trade over and over, basically the same trade over and over and over, and you ended up with 4 losses and only 2 wins, you know there might be something wrong with your chart size and your indicators and whatever else you're using. anyway, Ox is here. So Crypticon, I hope you read that. What he said. He says he wanted you to tell you that he loves you.
Oh, well, thank you.
And take us home, Ox. I'm going to say goodbye to everyone. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday. And thanks for sticking around, those who did. MR, USC, Platt, Crypticon's gone already. I don't know. Oh, Tim was here. There's a few other silent ones out there. Anyway, have a good weekend, everyone. Ox, take us out.
Thank you all for being here this week. Appreciate it. We'll see you next week for some more great trading action. Hope everyone has a great weekend. See you Monday. Bye.